Hello and welcome to Assassin's Creed Chronicles China. This is the first game in the Chronicles trilogy. I'll be playing the games in the order that they take place in, and the order that they're supposed to go in. So we've got China, and then the next game will be India, and then the final game is Russia. We're not going to be doing anything special for these playthroughs, but when I get back around to these games again in my annual series playthroughs, I'm actually going to be doing a challenge with each game in the trilogy, but that's later on when I'm doing my Assassin's Creed annual series playthrough. For now though, these playthroughs are just vanilla ones. Extras. Go. Alright. Gonna start a new game. Just gonna play on normal. China, 1526. It has been 2 years since Zhang Yong, the leader of a corrupt group of eunuchs known as the Tigers, wiped out the Chinese Brotherhood of Assassins. These Tigers are Templars, and secretly run China from the shadows using the Emperor as nothing but a puppet. Xiao Jun, one of the few survivors, has returned under the orders of Wang Yangming, the new leader of assassins. Together they plan to hunt down the Tigers and free China from its Templar control. They return to their old home, the Maijashan Grottos. Once an assassin stronghold, now it is a Templar prison, run by Gao Feng. To get close to their target, Xiao Jun allows herself to be captured. She carries a precursor artifact, given to her by Ezio Auditore, knowing that the Templars will want answers about the artifact and ensuring her imprisonment. So Xiao Jun was a character first introduced in, I do believe, Assassin's Creed Embers. And in that short animated movie, Ezio is about 65 years old, and he's retired for a number of years now as an assassin, living with his wife Sophia and their daughter Flavia. And Xiao Jun is visiting from China, and she basically visits Ezio because she wants to learn from him, because obviously he's an assassin that other assassin groups in the world have actually heard of by this point. And so she goes there to visit him, and she basically lays down a lot of the backstory, which this game actually also recaps as well. So she's a character that was introduced in that animated movie, and she gets given a box by Ezio at the end of that movie. And it's this very box that it's talking about here, and she uses that as a piece of bait for the Templars.
The box is empty, or should I say, incomplete. Where is the rest of it? We know who you are. We know who you were. You've come far for someone who was merely once a concubine. I will ask you again, assassin. What is this box? Where did it come from, and what is its purpose? Why continue to resist us? Look around you. No one is coming. We wiped out your order. There is no escape from here.
Why would I want to escape? I am exactly where I want to be.
Such arrogance! Ma Yongcheng will make you talk.
Let him try.
No wonder your kind fell so far.
My kind isn't done yet.
Hey there, Miriam. You're just lurking while playing D&D. Have an awesome stream. Thank you so much, Miriam. I definitely will. Thank you for joining, and really thank you for leaving the lurk too. And I hope that you have a great D&D session as well. I hope it's fun and that you have a great time. Hey there, Dr. Sour Patch. Thank you for leaving the lurk. I appreciate that. Thank you. So I've added some more BTTV emotes, Assassin's Creed related ones. So we have one for Xiao Jun from this game, Arbaz Mir from Chronicles India. The reason why I put a space between Arbar and Z is just to stop it from putting in the actual emote, because I wanted to have the character's name and then the emote. And then Nikolai from Chronicles Russia as well. So I've added those, and I'll be adding more. I do also have other Assassin's Creed ones that I've added in the past. Like, I've got one for Altair. I've got one for Ezio from Assassin's Creed 2. I've got one from Ezio from Brotherhood. Got one of Ezio from Revelations. I've got one of Connor Kenway. I've also got one of Edward Kenway, and I've got one of Adewale from Black Flag and Freedom Cry. So I will be adding more, but there's some BTTV emotes that I added ages ago for Assassin's Creed. Some of them will be free follower emotes, but I figure not every follower of the channel will actually have BTTV enabled, so I still want to keep some of those Assassin's Creed ones on for as a free follower emote. I hope things are going well, Dr. Sour Patch. The Escape, 1526, Mai Jishan Grottos. After allowing herself to be captured in order to get close to one of Zhang Yong's tigers, Gao Feng, Xiao Jun must now escape her cage and recover her equipment. Once she has her weapons and tools, the hunt for Gao Feng begins. So in this playthrough, and also in my annual series playthrough later on in the year, I won't be doing the secondary objectives, because when I'm doing my annual series playthrough, I'm actually going to be doing a challenge with this game, and playing it with a challenge alone is going to be enough. But to add secondary objectives on top, it'd just be too much. So I'm just going to stick with that. But that's later on when we get to it. This is this playthrough.
Time to get out of this cage.
Huh? 是谁？站在那里别动！拜托不要！等等！我等等会把狗放出来咬人。怎么回事啊？怎么回事？
So the good thing about, if I go to database Manual. Style grades. The way you play through a section of a level is assessed and rewarded. These are called style grades. There are 9 style grades within the game, each one a reflection of how you played. The 9 styles are divided into 3 categories: Shadow, Assassin, and Brawler, and each one has a Gold, Silver, and Bronze grade. These style grades are scored, with Shadow Gold offering the maximum score and Brawler Bronze the lowest. The score you achieve in a level will determine the upgrades you can earn. To achieve the higher value grades, you must try to remain unseen and kill no one except assassination targets. Any enemies within the game that are designed as ones you have to assassinate will appear gold when using Eagle Vision. Killing these individuals will not affect your style grade. The more you are seen and the more you kill, the lower the style grade you will receive. There is a style grade bonus available if you achieve gold in the majority of the sections within a level. So I was hoping it would go into detail about what each thing actually requires you to do, but basically the assassin style is more about killing, but also not being detected and not being seen. Then the brawler type is you just basically go into open combat straight away, and then you've got Shadow, which is you don't kill anyone except the targets that you have to kill. But in any case, when I get to Assassin's Creed Chronicles China, India, and Russia in my annual series playthrough, I'm going to be doing challenges based on those sorts of styles. With each game, I'm doing a different style as the challenge to get throughout the whole game. But the thing too is that if you fuck up, instantly go to restart checkpoint, because some checkpoints in these games are very, very wishy-washy with when they happen. Sometimes a checkpoint will actually happen after you get your style grade as well, so that's a bit tricky. But the majority of times, if you fuck up with the style you're going for, just go into the menu and then go restart checkpoint, and it'll take you back to before you got the end of the section.
Good to have you back, my friend.
And now we have the rope dart back. So the rope dart is something that we don't see her use in Assassin's Creed in Assassin's Creed Embers, the short movie with Ezio at 65 years old. But it is an awesome weapon, and in Assassin's Creed 3, Achilles, when he gives Connor the rope dart, he mentions Xiao Jun, and that she was the one that introduced using the rope dart into the assassin arsenal of weaponry and tools. And we get to use it in this game, and it's really, really cool. And she also has, as we saw when she assassinated that dude, she has a hidden blade in her shoe tip. She doesn't actually have it on her wrist. She actually has it in her shoe tip, which is really, really cool. And it always reminds me of the James Bond villain in the movie From Russia with Love. Can't remember her name, but she has a knife in her shoe that she tries to kill Bond with.
随时保持警戒。
而你们也要信守承诺，好好保护我的安全。
我会罩你，你也别忘了罩我。
Got it. A little distraction could help me here. My revenge can begin now.
Time to test your sword skills. Prepare to defend yourself.
So this is the first time that Ezio in the series, when this game came out, was voiced by someone else who's not Roger Craig Smith. The last performance of him as Ezio is in the Assassin's Creed Embers short movie that is set before this game that introduces Xiao Jun, and this game is us playing as Xiao Jun after that movie's events. So these flashback sequences didn't actually happen in the short animated movie, but a lot of time passes where they're in the same place. So it's one of those things where these training sessions could have actually happened between events that we see in the actual short movie.
Remember to look for signs your opponent is about to strike. Yes, that's it. This time when you block, perform a rollover. Perfect. This tactic is also good to escape from combat. Attack this enemy. Show me how you strike with your sword. Good. Standard attacks are quick, but they deal little damage. Strike the enemy harder than that. Excellent. Heavy attacks deal more damage. See? The enemy is now weakened. Finish him.
Finish him. Do-do-do.
Good. Keep going.
来帮忙！
It's not gonna do it. I wanted to fucking do this. There we go. Moment ruined, but that's what I wanted to go for.
Well done, Xiao Jun. Your training is complete for now.
There we go. Some training from Ezio. Hey there, Godfather Owl. Welcome to you. Voice actor expert of the century, rope dart master Rodney. Welcome, dude. Yeah, the rope dart is awesome. I love using that in this game. It can also be used for shooting up to a roof and then pulling yourself up to hide as well. And I love it being used when you're inside like a hiding spot in a wall, and when the enemy comes by, it gets thrown out and then they get dragged in and then killed, and then that that's something that would have been cool in Assassin's Creed, is if in other Assassin's Creed games, is if the rope dart could also be used to basically pull things down on top of enemies. You know, things like that would have been cool. It's funny, the actor for Ezio there, he's sort of like, my name is Ezio. He sort of talks like that. Xiaojun, make sure that you press the button to do the thing that you have to do. You know, it's not that exaggerated, but that's the kind of vibe that the actor who does the voice for Ezio in this actually has. Godfather, that guy did not look like Ezio. Yeah, that was Ezio when he's 65 years old and retired on his at his villa with his wife and daughter. Because these are flashbacks to when Xiaojun visited him in that short animated movie. That guy had spiky hair. He sure did. Let's see if I can get a picture of him from Embers. No, I don't want that. There we go. Let's see. Open the image. Here we go. So this is a picture of what Ezio looks like in the short animated movie AC Embers. You don't remember old Ezio in Revelations having spiky hair? Definitely not, no. He was younger then in Revelations. In Embers, he's like 65 years old. I guess he decided to change his hairstyle. Even that does not look like Ezio. Is that canon? Yeah. Yeah, it's canon. Oh, it's a good movie. Yeah, it's a good short animated movie. It introduces this character we're playing as now, Xiaojun. No, just a one-off. Yeah, just a one-off short movie. Goes for about 22 minutes or so.
Your men did not capture me, Galvan. I allowed myself to be caught. I was exactly where I wanted to be. Close enough to kill you. Where is the box you took from me?
Far from your reach by now, assassin.
One of your tiger brothers must have it. No matter. I will find which one and retrieve it from his still warm corpse.
Do you even know what the box is?
I know it belongs to the Brotherhood.
How naive. Thinking you can retrieve the box. Thinking that killing me will achieve anything.
Killing just one of you will not give me the vengeance I seek. You are the first of the tigers to fall, but you will not be the last.
Very true, Xiaojun. We're gonna fucking kill them all. Yeah, Godfather Owl. It's on YouTube. You should be able to find it there. It's also added in the Ezio collection as well as something you can watch internally in the collection itself. Okay, so here's an example of the reward screen at the end. So we got through that whole level getting getting Shadow Gold, which means we only killed targets that we had to kill, and we got through without being detected and without being, you know, even like detected at all. Like they didn't even look at us and then go, oh, maybe there's someone there, and come at us or anything like that. So that means we got 1,100 score, which means we get the increase in the health, the upgrades on the right there. Godfather, when did you get BTTV emotes? Last year sometime, I think it was. But I've only just started adding new ones.
This was once a safe place for us assassins. Sangyong's tigers saw to the end of that. Their forces surprised and overwhelmed us, all but wiping out the Brotherhood. Gao Feng's death will send a message to the Templars. The assassins have returned.
That's a good combo one, Godfather, with Scorpion and Bruce Lee. The Return, 1526 Maijishan Grottos. With Gao Feng dead, Xiao Jun must now escape through the vast caves and cliffsides of her previous home before the Templars realize one of their masters is dead.
Time to become more familiar with my surroundings.
So this is the map screen that you can go into, shows you different things on the map. You've got where the player is, the main objective. You've got secondary objectives as well. Sync points, animus shards, chests, and ammo cache, and helix boost. Not yet, Godfather Owl, no. I've played Mortal Kombat 1, 2, 3, Ultimate Edition 3, Mortal Kombat 4, Deadly Alliance. Haven't finished, what's that other one called afterwards? Fucking hell. Keep forgetting. I think it's MK6 in terms of like thing of it. Deception, that's it. Mortal Kombat Deception. Haven't finished that though. I played a bit of Mortal Kombat Armageddon but never finished that. Mortal Kombat vs DC, Mortal Kombat 9 and Mortal Kombat 10. But I haven't played Mortal Kombat 11 yet. Hey there, Ryu. I hope things are going well. Welcome, dude. Ryu, you're going well. You just ate some homemade pizza. Oh, that's excellent to hear, Ryu. I'm glad that you're going well, and that sounds delicious also. Homemade pizza is also great.
Got it.
Ryu, you've been in the mood to combine Mortal Kombat and TMNT as well. That's understandable, being that you're a big fan of both. That's a good idea, combining the two. I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who had practiced one kick 10,000 times. Thank you so much, Godfather Al, for redeeming that Bruce Lee quote. Thank you so much for that. It really is, Ryu. It is a wonderful Bruce Lee quote as well. You know, because, yeah, it's great to know 10,000 different kicks, but if you face someone who has practiced their whole life with just one kick, you know, that one kick could be the thing that undoes you because you're too busy trying to show off with all the other kicks, you know. Godfather, Team NT were usable characters in a fighting game, you remember? Was it Gods Among Us or was it Mortal Kombat? Yeah, so as Ryu says, it's Injustice 2. I thought that was kind of cool. They had them.
该死的老鼠，不会那么倒霉吧？
Got it.
I don't know how I got the timing that perfect, that's a fluke. I managed to press the button to make Xiaojun drop early enough, but also in the exact point enough to make sure that when the icon for the dude on the right, his eye icon appeared, which tells you that he's about to turn left, that I got the timing right to pass down just as he turned around. Like if you look at his head when he actually turns, for a moment he basically turns and faces with the back of his head front on slightly for a split second. So that was just insane. I got no idea how I managed to do that. But as I like to say, 99% of my successes is luck and 1% is skill. So my 1% of skill actually came into effect there. Godfather, yeah, Injustice 2, pretty cool fighter, but overshadowed by other fighters. Yeah. I still haven't played either of them. But what you meant was, yeah, to make a fusion, yep. Main guy's a mix between Liu Kang and Leonardo. He's not a turtle, though he has traits of Leo's personality. Godfather maybe in NetherRealm's next game. Now that'd be cool, to do something like that. Fusion versions. Ooh. That was close. I still got Shadow Gold, so that's good. If I don't get a Shadow Gold, I'm not gonna keep retrying till I do.
Let's test your reflexes. Still sharp, I see. Try again. Good work. Close for the kill. Excellent, Shao. Your training is almost done.
Alright, so 40-minute mark. Backtrack to Lucky Stealth Drop. There we go. Get that for future reference. Ryu, Liu Kang and Leo, Kung Lao and Raph. Granted, Raph and Scorpion can work, same with Leo and Sub-Zero. Yeah, I guess any character combination can work if you want to make it work. Like you could make Princess Peach work with Lara Croft if you wanted to. Or you could make Nathan Drake work with Mario. Ryu sounds hilarious, yeah. I once did a combination of Mario as Sam Fisher from Splinter Cell. But unfortunately I don't have that anymore because I lost it. I only had one copy of it saved and lost the damn thing. Had a data corruption. One of my hard drives and was like, ugh. Actually, I've been looking at maybe, and this is the problem, I think of these things, but I never follow through on doing them, because it's very time consuming, obviously, and being a streamer a lot, but taking the Super Mario Brothers ROM and actually changing Mario and editing him so he wears an assassin outfit. These noise darts are cool because you can use them to make an enemy go towards a spot. There's a similar thing in Splinter Cell Double Agent. Sam has a device that can actually emit sound in a direction and a spot, and that makes the enemy curious to what sound they heard over in that spot. So that's what that reminds me of, a more, I guess, a less technological version of that idea, where you can make a noise appear somewhere and then the enemy will go to where that noise sounded like it came from, even though it didn't actually come from that place. You know there are hacks of Streets of Rage 2 with Mortal Kombat characters. That's true. Yeah, some of them were pretty cool. And that's something that I should actually stream one time, is stuff like that.
This is where we used to keep the assassin scrolls. I should try to retrieve as many as I can while I have the chance.
So I won't be doing that in this playthrough. Oh. I don't think I can run and grab that. Maybe I can. Yep, that's good. So one of the tricky things about these Chronicles games is getting used to the idea of you've got a 2D but also a 3D mix, which obviously is 2.5D. And so given that, this enemy over here that's walking back and forth, his vision cone doesn't go beyond that side of the wall. And so if you're where I am right now, he won't see you. If I was on that other side though, he'd see me. You know, so these games, you have to get used to the different sides of the 3D aspect of the environments to make sure that enemies can't detect you. And if there's a bridge and you're actually on the underside of the bridge and the enemy is on the top of the bridge but looking out over the side, as long as you stay under the bridge, you won't actually be seen. Shit.
是谁？有入侵！
Damn
This
it.
is where we used to keep the assassin
Alright, we won't go
scrolls.
that way this time.
I should try to retrieve as many as I can while I have the chance.
谁想得到，刺客的老家原来这么适合囚禁那些违抗。
That's right, I can't make that jump the other way.
刺客们全都死了，他们的支持者也被捕入狱，中国终于可以和平顶了。
谁想得到，刺客的老家原来这么适合囚禁那些违抗张勇及马武反叛的人啊！
刺客们全都死了，他们的支持者也被捕入狱，中国终于可以和平顶了。
I think it was really cool in these Chronicles games how they introduced the idea that if you get too close to a certain animal, it'll actually make a noise, and that noise will actually alert enemies. And it's little things like this that I think could have really been cool if they added them into the other games in the series as well. Like, just imagine it, there's a field that you need to get across, there's a building that you need to get into, there's a guard patrolling the front of the building, and you sneak around the back, but guess what? There's a wild animal like there's a like, not a wild animal, but let's say there's a ferocious dog that is at the back entrance. If you don't sneak in a way that prevents the dog from barking, then the enemy patrolling would hear you. Like, I wish they brought that into the AAA games. I was hoping that Xiaojun would grab onto the top of that ledge.
大概是风太大了吧。保持警戒，我们得保持戒备才行。我同意，我们不能让任何人通过。
Got it.
These vision cones that you see, because I'm playing on normal, they're visible. On the highest difficulty setting, in this game, I think from memory they are still visible. However, in India and Russia games, if you play them on their highest difficulty, the only way you can see vision cones is if you go into Eagle Vision and bring it up. And in this game, moving when in Eagle Vision mode deactivates it. So basically, on the hardest difficulty, when you can't see the vision cones unless you use Eagle Vision, if you have a moving enemy, it makes it even more difficult. Or if you have an enemy who is spying from a distance and there's a round vision marker moving around, on the highest difficulty you have to go into Eagle Vision to see those as well, and they could be moving in a certain pattern, so it makes it even trickier. But I think from memory in this first game in the trilogy, for some reason, playing on the highest difficulty does not make the vision cones disappear. Ooh, that was close. The classic enemy for 5 minutes is looking in the one direction, but all of a sudden you get close to them, boom, looks behind you straight away. Classic. And I know that in this game it said that if you actually stand behind an enemy long enough, they'll actually detect you, but I wasn't standing there long enough for that to be the case, so looks like he's programmed to turn around with that timing. It's alright, we'll go this way this time. I guess we got Shadow Silver that time because we were seen. But I'm not worried about getting Shadow Gold in the sense of if I get past a section and I get Shadow Silver or whatever the case is, I don't care for this playthrough.
Is it done?
Gao Feng is dead, Sifu.
As is Ma Yongqing.
The butcher. Good. Our plan worked. Who's next?
Patience, sister. We must move carefully. Zhang Yong and his tigers control the Empire now.
He is down 2 tigers after tonight. Gao Feng did not have the box. I did not retrieve it in time.
Worry not, young one. We knew that was a risk. To allow yourself to be captured without the box would have meant certain death. We will get it back. Maybe the Templars will even lead us to the missing piece.
Perhaps. But now I'm afraid we have just given our enemies a dangerous weapon.
Take some rest, little sister. Together, we will free our land from the Templars and their pawns. Zhang Yong and his tigers. We will rebuild our brotherhood.
Bet your ass you will. That's for sure. There we go. So we got the expanded Eagle Vision upgrade because we needed 650 points and we got 1,390. Plus game mode is the second difficulty, and the highest difficulty is plus game hard.
Macau. By day, a bustling port. By night, a hub for the Templars to trade those who oppose them into slavery. I have located the box, Xiaojun. It's in the possession of Yu Deyong, another of Zhang Yong's tigers, the one they call the Slaver.
So he is responsible for this cruelty. I shall pay him a visit.
Tread lightly, sister. The Templars are searching all ships and cargo. They are looking for us now. I know you can kill these lesser men with ease, but I would suggest you remain invisible. A ghost, until you find your target.
The port, 1526, Macau. Xiaojun begins the hunt for her next target, Yu Deyong. She will have to move through the Templar forces, searching the moored ships and patrolling the portside docks to reach the edges of the Tiger's fortress. Morla coming in with the 12 months in a row. That's amazing, dude. A whole friggin' year. Cheers, Rod. Cheers to you, Morla. Thank you so much for that 12 months in a row. That's amazing, dude. How time flies. Thank you so much for that. Really do appreciate it. How's things going for you? I hope you're having a great weekend so far. How's things doing? Morla, not bad so far. Of course, it's just getting started, but feeling good. Excellent, Morla. I hope that continues on, and I hope you end up having a great weekend. Especially, I know how much you look forward to when it's Friday, and then having the weekend after. Bliss. Going not too badly, actually. Very, very hot here at the moment. It's our summer, but it's really hot. So, Rod, do you buy Hogwarts? That's a good question, Morla. I don't know how much they're selling Hogwarts for, but wouldn't that ruin the continuity? Because doesn't Hogwarts stay under the control of the wizardry throughout whole movies? Although I didn't see the listing for them selling Hogwarts. Maybe they're going to sell it for a bit of money, and then maybe what happens is someone then is like, hey, how about we give it back to the wizarding world? We didn't really want Hogwarts after all. I wonder how many acres of ground Hogwarts actually is. Morla, and do the pre-purchase and get it 72 hours early and stream it during your birthday week. It's $70 for the deluxe edition, $60 for regular. That's a good question. I guess it also depends on, because I haven't actually even looked at any videos or anything on the game, so. And I like Harry Potter and all, but I'm not a big fan to the point that I've seen and that I've read the books multiple times and watched the movies multiple times and know the ins and outs of the lore and stuff. But I have actually read all the books and I've seen all the movies, and I guess it depends, But then again, $70 and $60 obviously in your currency is very different to ours. Like, for us, like a $60 game would be very cheap. Because a lot of our games now, actually a lot of even the standard editions here in Australia for games are like $109, $115, But, I mean, there's also that bonus, right, of getting it 72 hours earlier and being able to stream it as well. So it's not like you'd be under any sort of like, restrictions where it's like, oh, you can't play this until a certain date. So that's good. Morla, wow, you're going there, are you? Yeah. You'll get a Slytherin outfit and wear it too, lol. Ah, I got you too. Okay. It's probably going to be overhyped and underdelivered as with most hyped games. It's pricey, to be honest. Oh, so yeah, like 130 your currency. Yeah, Morla, it's just crazy, Like there's some games here that I think are definitely worth full price, but they're very few and far between. And for example, in March we have not only Star Wars Jedi Survivor coming out, but we also have Resident Evil 4 Remake. And if I wanted to get both, that's right there, that's $200 Australian for both of those games. So it's like, as much as I'm looking forward to Star Wars Jedi, I think getting Resident Evil 4 Remake for me would be the better way to go. Because I want to stream the games anyway, and then later on I can get the sequel to Jedi Fallen Order. But yeah, I guess it's weighing up, the cost plus the fun that you'll have. Because obviously, as a streamer, it's not just the fun you get from playing the game. It's also, if you do have the Slytherin outfit and that, there's like a novelty thing for it too as well. So if the game looks decent enough, and you think it'll be a fun time, then probably go for the deluxe edition. But if you're kind of a bit in between and on the middle of it, maybe the $60 one for the regular. Xiao Jun's like, "Be there, we quiet. There's a Templar about."
怎么回事啊？
So earlier I was talking about, in this game and the other two, getting used to the different 3D aspects of the environment when you have an enemy that's actually looking for you. So I was talking earlier about how if there's a bridge and you're hanging under it like this, an enemy that is looking straight ahead from their perspective won't see you, obviously, but an enemy who is above you on the bridge, if you're underneath it like this, if they peer out over the side, which from our perspective playing is them looking at camera and then moving their head down to see what's under, they wouldn't actually see you hanging under there. However, if you were to get on that side of the bridge that his head lines up with when he moves it over the bridge to look down, then you'll get detected. So it's things like that that can be very tricky to kind of figure out in these games, especially when you have multiple enemies with different vision cones on different planes of the 3D environment.
随时保持警戒，而你们也要信守承诺，好好保护我的安全。我会罩你，你也别忘了罩我。
为什么我们要搜查所有船只？
在高凤跟马永成死后，于大用要我们更加谨慎小心。
刺客组织真的回来了吗？
是啊，没什么动静。
希望能一直都这么平静。
Mola, what's your preference between ordering on Steam versus Epic? So, I do have both, but I sort of use Steam more. But then again, that's because I haven't really investigated Epic too much. I'm kind of in between because I don't really have the
是啊，没什么动静。
I guess I don't have a horse in the race of which is better and which I actually think. But I do know that obviously because Steam has been around much longer, it built up a reputation and has built up a big massive following, and so that it's understandable if there's some people that, for example, my friend Saint Ravage, who also streams, he doesn't like Epic at all, so he'll never get anything that is only available on Epic. For example, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, while he could have got it on the Ubisoft store, he didn't want to do that anyway, but in terms of Steam versus Epic, he didn't want to get the game through Epic, and Ubisoft for a while only made it available on either their own store or on Epic and not on Steam, you know. So I understand that there's people that take that approach where they're like, no, I'm not gonna get any games that are only on Epic versus Steam. I think from my perspective, not really being pro either one, like I'm not sort of like in between. Just trying to figure out how to word this right. So because I'm not that invested in one over the other, it means that I would probably look at it more of a thing of which has the cheapest available. So if this game is, you know, 50 and this game is 30 on Epic, then I'll go with Epic. You know, I guess it's similar to consoles, like Nintendo versus Sega. Like I like both, so any games that were both on the different systems, which isn't entirely a 100% accurate example to use, because you had games that were the same in terms of, like, you know, Aladdin, for example, on the Super Nintendo and on the Sega Genesis, but both versions of those games are completely and utterly different. More than just graphics and sound, but, you know, actual what you do in the game and everything. But with consoles, it just depends on which console has this game the cheapest, even though it's on both consoles. Well, the price is the same regardless, is it? I see. Fucking hell, game. Jump up.
What? 我好像听到什么声音。怎么回事
M. Grindheart, thank you so very much for this subscription. Thank you for doing that. I really, really appreciate it. Personally, I would have liked more Chronicles games in this style, but at the same time, for those who didn't like the style, I still wish they carried on the Chronicles name, because what they could have done is they could have actually done so many games with a certain character. For example, Yusuf in Assassin's Creed Revelations. I would have loved if they did a Assassin's Creed Chronicles game where you played as him, and it was set before Ezio meets him in Revelations. So it would basically be about Yusuf when he first became an assassin all the way up until he hears that Ezio Auditore is arriving, and that's the end of the game. You know, and that would match up beautifully with Assassin's Creed Revelations. So I wish Ubisoft actually did that. If not keeping the actual style, at least keeping the name Chronicles to carry forward. Then you could have had, you know, so many other characters who might have only been like a not a main character that you play as, but still an important character. You know, they could have done that kind of stuff. But as it stands, we only have this Chronicles trilogy. We don't have any other games under the Chronicles name.
是谁？
Hey Shin, how's things going, dude? Thanks for posting that video about architects react to Assassin's Creed. I started watching it and watched a bit of it before I started streaming, so I'll watch the rest later. But it's very interesting, and that channel Gameology, as much as I have enjoyed seeing people react to games, sometimes I wish they actually gave the people a bit more context as to what they are actually reacting to. I get that they want to have a fresh reaction so that the people are giving as an objective thing as they possibly can, but at the same time, sometimes a little extra context for the person would do wonders, because like, it seems that they just show random sequences from the game and then just be like, react to this, and they don't say anything. So the person reacting might be like, oh, I don't know what this character's doing, I don't know what their motivation is. It's like, people who are doing that series, give them a little bit of information. You don't have to tell them the exact thing that's going on, but just set it up. Like, you know, if there's a character in a game who is being hunted down by former friends, tell them a little bit of the context why. You know, was it because of something that they did? Was it because they were framed? Is it because of whatever reason? You know, so I think they should do that more, because it would help the actual reactor be a little bit more able to give a stronger reaction than just a basic one. It's going okay, Shin? That's good to hear, dude. I'm glad that it's going okay. And you agree. Yeah. You know, sometimes it's just like, a little bit of information extra to the person reacting would be good.
Some enemies will unleash a volley of strikes in a single attack. Good. You've got it. Now let's deal with enemies that block your attacks. Use a standard attack against the enemy with a shield. Try again. Enemies with shields will repel standard attacks. Use a heavy attack to degrade the enemy's defenses. Good. Keep going and destroy his shield. Good. Keep going. Excellent. Now finish the job and kill him. Remember, you can also roll over an enemy to bypass his defenses.
Thank you, Ezio, for that. That's an exaggerated form of the actor who plays Ezio in this, but that's the vibe that it gets. Instead of saying like, Xiao Jun, hello to you, he's gonna like, hello, Xiao Jun, hello to you.
你听说了吗？八虎宦官已经有2个人死了。
是啊，我听说是在。怎么回事啊？报上名来。报上名来。什么？是谁？报上名来，发生什么事了？别再靠近了，他们不见了。别再靠近了。当然是刺客，要是他们回来了，难道不会攻击这座要塞吗？喂。
有刺客！
滚！哎，你！
Got it. A little distraction could help
来
me
帮
here.
忙，也没有多猛嘛，此刻。就是那座桥吗？
Alright, so we got the health increase for getting past 750 points, but we can't increase the firecracker ammo, but that's okay.
I am the blade in the shadows. My prey is you, Dae-Young. I shall walk into darkness and strike swiftly. No one will stop me in my hunt.
The Slaver, 1526 Macau. Now within Yu Daiyong's fortress, Xiao Jun must scale up and around the heavily guarded stronghold in search of her next target. One of the things that gets talked about a lot in the Assassin's Creed series is the music. And most fans who are familiar with things like Ezio's family theme and all that, they would say that, you know, Assassin's Creed 2 has great music. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, Revelations, or 3, or Black Flag, or Unity, or Syndicate. But I'd be curious to know how many would say Assassin's Creed Chronicles China. I'd be one of those, because the music in this game is fucking awesome, and I wish it got more recognition.
明天应该就会有新的奴隶送来。
在船上被杀的吗？
是啊。
报上名来，入侵者。
I should clarify, I'm not saying that this is the only game in the series that has great music. I'm just saying that generally, this game doesn't really get discussed much when people are talking about the great music of Assassin's Creed.
在船上被杀的吗？在船上被杀的吗？ 发现什么了吗？
什么都没有。你呢？
I need to get his attention
没有，
elsewhere.
什么都没有发现。
And then there's characters that often get discussed a lot, and Xiao Jun isn't really one of them. Is another example of something that makes her a very underrated character in the series. We get a lot of stuff, though, in the franchise of her, but the majority of it now is non-canon stories and comic books, which is a shame, because to relegate a character like her to just being in non-canon stuff now is a disservice to her as a character. And I think it would have been great to actually have her be the main protagonist in a AAA 3D Assassin's Creed title. The closest we get to that is having Evie in Assassin's Creed Syndicate wear Xiao Jun's outfit. That's as close as we get to Xiao Jun being in a AAA 3D Assassin's Creed game. At least visually.
我会罩你，你也别忘了罩我。随时保持警戒。而你们也要信守承诺，好好保护我的安全。我会罩你，你也别忘了罩我。随时保持警戒。而你们也要信守承诺，好好保护我的安全。你呢？我会罩你。
没有，什么都没有发现。
I need to get his attention elsewhere.
啊！
那只是些谣言。
And now we get the first change in the music for this level that has a little bit more intensity to it. Hey there, Sour Cat.
看好这些奴隶，我们可不希望他们带来任何
How's things going?
尤其是此刻回来了，更要小心。
那只是些谣言。
Absolutely, Sour Cat. Trying to be. Sometimes we haven't been. But still having fun.
这趟巡逻真是平静。
是啊，没什么动静。
希望能一直都这么平静。
站住！有入侵者！站住！
看好这些奴隶，我们可不希望他们带来任何麻烦。
尤其是此刻回来了，更要小心。
那只是些谣言。
You can't actually do this and move at the same time.
这趟巡逻真是平静。
是啊。
When you have the character crouch while hanging under something, you can't actually move at the same time. That's a better way to say it than what I said the first time.
“于大用派出加倍的人马巡逻了，你知道发生什么事了吗？”
我听说刺客已经回来了。
是谁？
有入侵者！
跟我们打，你还差得远嘞！
这边！
看你！
怎么回事啊？
有敌人！敲响警钟！在这里有刺客！这边！
Huh? I like how he hit his own friend. Love when enemies do that.
该死的老鼠！
他在这里的真正目的，应该是为了刺客组织。
别听信传言。
我听说秋菊现在在要塞这里，他来视察。
别听信传言。
Got it. If I could distract him somehow.
And now we get the next stage in this music where we have the vocals put in. One of the most underrated soundtracks in the Assassin's Creed series.
是谁？站住！别再靠近了。是谁？
This belongs to me.
Zhang Yong will come for the box. He will avenge our deaths.
I am counting on it.
Alright, so we got the increase in the throwing knife ammo and the stun duration as well. Plus game mode, that's the second difficulty. The third difficulty is plus game hard.
As you slide past an enemy, use your sword to deliver a killing blow. Good, keep going. Yes, that's it. Excellent, Shao. Your training is almost done. Leap through the air and plunge your sword deep into your enemy. Excellent work. Keep it up. Try again.
It says there, whilst jumping through the air, press X or Y. And I pressed Y, and the game wants us to press X, so it's like, make up your mind game.
You can do better, Shao. Let's go again. Still sharp, I see. Try again. Well done, Shao. Your training is complete for now.
His body is still warm. The assassin cannot be far.
Shall we search the docks, Master Chuju?
The assassins claim they protect the innocents. Let us show them that their actions have consequences. Arrest everyone! Burn all the ships to ashes and find me the assassin!
Alright, so the Templars, being the assholes that they are, when an assassin succeeds, they're able to turn it to their advantage. And basically what they've done here is they've burned the port. And they're like, fine, you want to kill one of our own? We'll just kill these innocent people. And it reminds me of a quote from Assassin's Creed Unity when Bellic says to Arno, I've seen Templars put entire villages to the sword just for the chance of killing one assassin. And we have an example of this here. The Templars are willing to burn the whole area and kill any innocent people as long as they kill this one assassin. Consequences. 1526 Macau. The discovery of Yu Daong's body has caused Chuju to take drastic measures to capture Xiao Jun. As the Templars lay siege to the port and ships, Xiao Jun must forego the stealth approach and escape the burning port before it's too late.
The Templars are going to burn this place to the ground. I need to get out of here. Fast.
烧光所有东西。
We'll be stuck here unless we get those fires out.
That one was bullshit. Selkat once destroyed an entire apartment complex to kill a housefly. The fly got away. Nice analogy there. That sucks that the fly got away. Maybe a spider caught the fly, and the spider was like, "Ha, sucker, I caught the..." Now come on, game, stop being a fucking bullshit artist right now. I'll give the game the deaths that happened before the last two just now, but not these last two. There's a bit of bullshittery going on. It is Salcap. Yeah. There's probably something very finicky that's going on in the programming on that section. Because I actually got Xiao Jun down there before. It's just that I died further down. So fine then, game. Let's try this way.
What 怎么回事啊？
Game's like, no, Rod, you're not allowed to discover a shortcut in this part. I was trying to get Xiao Jun to jump on top of the thing she was vaulting on, but then turn around back to the left and then jump and grab. Alright. Because we didn't do it, oh, hang on. We did. What? I still got... That's weird. I still did it in under the speedrunner category of ranking that the game gives you. That's interesting. I thought that because I had to like I died in that so many times, I thought that was eating into the time. Interesting. That's weird. Oh well, we did get the increase in the noise dart ammo. Not that I'm worried overall. Like if I only got 5 points, I wouldn't really care. But I was just curious about the time, and yeah, 4:14. Hey there, Spectrum. How's things going for you today?
What happened in Macau was not your fault, little sister. This tiger, Qiu Zhu, burned the port. He's known for his cruel deeds. We call him the demon.
I know, Sifu, but we caused this madness. My desire for revenge did.
I already warned you about those feelings, Xiao Jun. I know your quest for vengeance fits with the goals of the Brotherhood, but you cannot put your heart into such endeavors.
Master Ezio told me the same thing.
A wise man, to be sure. Unlike our next target, Wei Bin.
The snake. The one who led the slaughter of our Brotherhood. Zhang Yong's right-hand man.
Yes. So, Wei Bin should lead us to him. But the danger is greater than ever. They know what we can do now, and they want this box and the secrets it may hold. You will travel to Wei Bin alone. I know of someone here in Na'an who may be able to help us use the box.
Very well, Sifu. I will find you once Wei Bin is dead, and I have Zhang Yong's location.
Spectrum, about usual, and you, yeah, Spectrum. I hope that you're getting some kind of relief for the pain that you're in, and hope that process is going well so far. And I'm doing great. Had a good Friday. It's summer here in Australia, and it's not my favourite season of the year because when it gets really, really hot, I can't concentrate properly, I can't get comfortable, and it's just very annoying. So trying to stay cool as best as I can, and my favourite season is actually winter. So I can't wait till it turns winter here in Australia, but to check when we actually have winter. Alright, so our winter is June through to August. So I've got to wait until June at the least to be able to enjoy my favourite season of the year. You got your meds earlier today. Oh, that's good. It's always good when you can get those things earlier than you expected as well. That way you can start the process earlier. The search, 1529, Na'an. Xiao Jun has tracked her next target, Wei Bin, to the city of Na'an. The tiger has retreated to his stronghold that overlooks the city of Na'an. Xiao Jun will need to move through the bustling crowds and increase Templar presence to reach the riverside. So this is the level that introduces into this game and this trilogy social stealth. So there's parts where there's crowds that you have to blend in amongst to get past certain parts. That's if you want to get through sneakily. If you're going through for a playthrough where you get Brawler Bronze after you do each section, then you'll just want to get open combat all the time.
随时保持警戒，而你们也要信守承诺，好好保护我的安全。我会照你，你也别忘了照我。随时保持警戒，而你们也要信守承诺。
The reason why I'm getting 0 points in terms of Uplay stuff is because I've already gotten it, so the game doesn't give it to you each time you replay it. Spectrum, you just rewatched Castaway. Good seeing that again. You know, I still haven't seen that movie. I know about, like, you know, Winston, the beach ball, is it? That he draws a face on and basically talks to a lot. I don't know why I said Winston. Wilson, there we go, Wilson. Yep. Don't know why I said Winston for. But, hey, I haven't seen the movie before, so... But, I do like Tom Hanks, though. My favourite movie of his, though, is still The Burbs. Absolutely love that movie. Actually, I also think it's one of Corey Feldman's best roles. As well. As Ricky. Hey, Mrs. Rumsfeld. Then you got the, then you got her husband, who is ex-military. I spent 16 months in the jungle and I can snap your neck in a heartbeat.
Weibin saw to the death of many of my brothers and sisters. I should light a candle at the altars throughout the city in respect of those who did not make it.
Spectrum, been forever since you saw The Burbs. It is so damn good. I remember the first time I watched it, I was actually feeling sorry for the Klopeks. At the same point in the story, that it seems that they're okay. And then, when it was revealed that no, they actually were murderers, it was like, oh, shit. There's so many funny moments. One of the funniest moments for me, and I always crack up before it actually happens, because I know it's going to happen and it just makes me laugh, is when they're over at the neighbor's place, who they think is actually been, like, kidnapped or whatnot. And they're looking around his place, and they're in the kitchen, and Tom Hanks' character, Ray, is holding a plate of food, and he's holding it in front of a door, and Corey Feldman's character, Ricky, just comes bursting through the door and smashes the plate. And I always laugh before it even happens, because I'm just so so used to the events in the movie. It's one of those really funny moments. So, okay, Tom Hanks is stuck on that island until Rod watches the movie. Yeah, sorry, Tom. You're going to be stuck on the island for a while.
Got it.
And one of my favorite characters in that movie actually is Art. And the actor who played him, Rick Ducommun, unfortunately passed away a few years back. But he was really funny as Art. Like when he's talking to Tom Hanks' son. And he's like, the son is like, maybe they're grave diggers. And then Art's like, maybe. And then Tom Hanks is like, alright, that's enough for one day. Like how that enemy didn't think it was suspicious that just fell down near him, but it's all good.
要找什么我这里都有，不用再到处瞎逛啦。
什么都没有。你呢？
我们的商品应有尽有。
发现什么了吗？什么都没有。你呢？没有，什么都没有发现。
嘿，你入侵者！
You can repel a blocked attacker with a counteraction. Excellent work. Keep it up. Impressive, Shao. You have a good grasp of this combat technique. Now finish your foe. Exemplary work. Here ends my lesson.
So I've mentioned it before on the channel, but there was actually a game that I played when I was a child that actually helped me become a fan of stealth games later. And I can't remember the name of it, but I want to find out now that I just rethought of it. I'll have to look at an A to Z list. To find it. Because once I see the name, I'll know. At least I think I'll know it when I see the name of it. Aha! I found it. Alright, so there was a game that I played on the NES as a child, and it looks like it's called something else in different regions. But when I actually played it, it was known as Rescue, the Embassy Mission. So if I go to YouTube... The Embassy Mission. So it was a stealth game, and you played the SWAT or whatever soldiers, and there was 3 different stages to the gameplay and the mission. I can't find a video of it that's just like the intro. So let's actually have a look at... Or maybe the intro won't be that good anyway. Anyway, if we have a look, I'll just find... Alright, so rescue the NBC mission. And it's from the channel Nintendo Complete. And there's a link to it. So I played that as a kid, and in that game there's a part where you're going through the street and there's a spotlight, and you have to avoid the spotlight, and you have to hide behind things. And one of the things you can hide behind is jumping inside something like Xiao Jun is hiding behind now. Which is what made me remember the game just now. But yeah, that and Metal Gear on the NES. They were the two games that I played when I was young that would have led me to become a fan of stealth games when I got a bit older. Spectrum, finally got your bachelor's after all these years. That is great, Spectrum. Congratulations on that. Especially after so many years. That's awesome. It's always good to get that feeling when you know that you've spent a long time on something and you get that feeling of accomplishment. So that's very well done. Congratulations on that. That's okay, Spectrum. Alright, so Helix boosts. So we can do the Helix dash. And when we have that activated, we can do that without being detected. Oops.
下命令要我们到这里巡逻，当然很简单。他躲着可是安全的很。别让大人听到。站住！喂，你！
Donkey Kong, why are you doing that for? Throwing barrels at us. Alright, so we got 590, so we get the Helix boost upgrade, but we missed out on the faster rope dark climb.
I am the blade in the shadows. My prey is Weibin. I shall walk in the darkness and strike swiftly. No one will stop me in my hunt. Then I will kill your master.
The Snake, 1529, Na'an, ascending from the riverside. Xiao Jun must infiltrate Wei Bin's stronghold. With each glimpse of her target, she gets closer and closer.
If I could distract him somehow.
什么？来吧！
If I could distract him somehow.
“怎么回事？”大概是风太大了吧。随时保持警戒。而你们也要细而你们也要信守承诺，好好保护我的安全。我会罩你，你也别忘了罩我。随时保持警戒。 这里没有异状。
I've noticed there's been a bit of a delay when I actually move sometimes, where you're holding the buttons down that you need to hold down to make her move in a certain direction, but she won't move. So then it's like, oh shit, I need to let go and then move again, and then she'll move.
Make sure no one disturbs the tranquility of this place.
Waylon has his own personal escort of guards. I should eliminate them. Might make getting to him easier.
滚！哪里？
报上名来。
是谁？有刺客！
Waylon has his own personal escort of guards. I should eliminate them. Might make getting to him easier.
"在那里！
Thank you for the follow, Exotic.
而你们也要信守承诺，好好保护我的安全。我会罩你，你也别忘了罩我。
什么？
啊！
国警报！ 注意，
这里，在这里！
我可不想孤立无援的守在外面。
Remain ever vigilant. Neglect your duties at your peril.
保持警戒，我们得保持戒备才行。
我同意。我们不能让任何人通过。
保持警戒，我们得保持戒备才行。
我同意。我们不能让任何人通过。
怎么回事啊？保持警戒。大概是风太大了吧。
Lay down your lives to stop any intruders. Prove your loyalty to me.
I should have killed those guards when I had the chance.
Another great example of this underrated Assassin's Creed soundtrack.
Where is Zhang Yong?
Closer than you would care to imagine.
He is here. In Naian.
You think you're so smart that you could play us? We know about Wang Yangming. As you hunted me, Zhang Yong hunts him. Soon, you will truly be the last of your kind.
Alright, we won't get any of the things because we only got 595. Although we do get the increase in noise dart ammo, so that's good. But if you want to get faster heal recharge, you need to at least get 700 points.
If Zhang Yong is here in Na'an, then I must find him before he finds Wang Yangming.
Hunted, 1529 Na'an. With Wang Yangming now being hunted by Zhang Yong, Xiao Jun must escape the palace, cross the river bridge, and reach the edge of the city in time to save her master. In Chronicles Russia, there's a similar situation with enemies constantly running past. That is very annoying in that one.
pieces.
报上名来。
怎么回事啊？卫兵死了，我们必须找到那个刺客。
上吧。
The bridge is heavily guarded. If I could cause a large distraction somehow. These explosives should do the trick. I need to be careful to avoid the explosion.
今天会再次成为刺客组织的末日。是谁？是谁？
是谁？
我们得牵制那名刺客。得牵制那名刺客，让张勇有时间找出来。
我们会让他没办法去找他。
Got it.
Here she is. Finally. Seagirl, I have your precious box. Kill her.
Sifu, I'm sorry. I was too slow. I should have reached you sooner. I could have stopped Zhang Yong. I could have protected the box. What good is it to take revenge if I keep losing those I care for? I could have saved you.
There's such a great moment at the end of the game after the credits. Which reminds me, I forgot to double check with these games because there's 3 games in this trilogy. That's oxymoronic because a trilogy means 3. But anyway, I can't remember which games, if you skip the credits, you also skip the after credits scene, and which ones, if you skip the credits, you don't, and you still get it. Let's see if I actually made a note on that in my document that I have. Probably not. I want to say it's the India game, where if you skip the credits, you miss out on the cutscene that happens afterwards. Probably didn't make note of it. I could have sworn that I did one time, but maybe not. No. Okay, so I think in China, if you actually skip the credits, you'll get the after credits scene. And in India, if you don't wait for the credits to finish naturally, you'll miss out on the after credits scene. But anyway, there's a great quote that Xiao Jun says, which relates to this idea of her taking revenge. But the side effects of that is that in the path to get revenge, sometimes people die that you weren't expecting to, or you weren't hoping to see die, but they die not as a direct result of your actions, but also indirectly as well. And that ties into this whole idea with the Assassin's Creed, where it's like one assassin cannot compromise the other assassins, whether it's a direct compromise or an indirect compromise. So let's just say one assassin was like, you know what, I don't like my mentor, I'm going to kill him or her. So when the assassin kills their mentor, they are no longer welcome as an assassin. They would then be basically considered an enemy, and killing the mentor would destabilize the order and then basically compromise all the other assassins. So the punishment to that assassin who betrayed the mentor and the rest of the assassins would be to be killed. Indirectly would be like, let's say you're an assassin and you're on a mission and you accidentally allow just someone to escape that you weren't expecting to be very powerful in the Templar organization, but it turns out that they were actually the bodyguard or something for the head of the Templars, and then based on that knowledge, they were able to have that person basically identify where the assassins lived or where they were situated, because they ended up following the assassin, and the assassin in this example doesn't think that they're anyone important, but they turn out to be someone who's very important that should have been killed. And so if that leads to the compromising of the Brotherhood, then that assassin is held liable for that. And in that case, I don't know if it will result in them getting killed because of that, but that's just an example of an indirect compromising of the rest of the assassins, which is something that is part of the tenets of the Creed.
I was born into captivity, one of many concubines. When the Brotherhood came for us, I saw freedom. I saw a future. Now it is up to me to offer hope for those who see none. When Zhang Yong and Chu Ju are dead, when I have the box, I will deliver that. Now my journey has come full circle. My past has returned to aid my future. My old friend, Once a concubine like me is now empress, and she's risking her life to help me. She knows where to find Zhang Yong, but I fear she and the concubines are in grave danger. If the Templars suspect they are helping me, they will kill them in the blink of an eye.
An old friend. 1530, Forbidden City. Xiao Jun has returned to her first home, the Forbidden City. The Empress, a friend from Xiao Jun's concubine days, has requested a meeting. Xiao Jun must infiltrate the Tiger stronghold, move across the city through the gardens, and ascend the tower to be reunited with her old friend.
No, please. These concubines are in danger. I need to kill the guards protecting them. Give the girls a chance to get out of here.
"报上名来！" "什么？"
Please, help the others.
Alright, so you don't get points per concubine you save. Just wanted to check that.
Got it.
滚！
Not what I actually wanted to do, but hey, it worked. Got me down to that lower level without being detected.
No!
保持警戒，我们得保持戒备才行。 持警戒，我们得保持戒备才行。
我同意，我们不能让任何人通过。
保持警戒，我们得保持戒备才行。
我同意，我们不能让任何人通过。
保持警戒，我们得保持戒备才行。
我同意，我们不能让任何人通过。
有敌人！
Where game? Which character? Which enemy? That's going to count against me, even though there visually wasn't any enemy that I could see that caused that.
我们不能让任何人通过。
保持警戒，我们得保持戒备才行。
我同意。我们不能让任何人通过。我们不能让任何人通过。
I am forever grateful.
As you go through the 3 games, there's actually symbols and stuff that you can find, and if you collect them all, it allows you to actually unlock a code that in the Russia game, if you actually put it in, you'll be able to access the cutscene that only plays when you have the actual password. The good thing is though, like if you've already put the password in before, even if you start a new game, when you get to the end, you can still put the password in because it automatically remembers it for you.
No, please. Bless you.
I thought for this level, because there's actually something I want to unlock, that I'd actually do the optional objectives, so we can get the full... Well, you don't get points per part of an optional objective you do. You have to do all requirements of it to actually get the points. But I wanted to actually do that. Hey there, hippie. How's it going? Hippie, just woke up to be honest, did you? Ah, I see. I hope you had a good rest though, dude. Interesting mechanics, you've never seen the 2D version. Yeah, they did 3, and you could actually get all 3 games in the one, or you could actually get them individually. And when they came out, I wasn't sure what I would think of them, so when they had this game, China, which is the first in the trilogy, when they had it as part of Gold membership on Xbox for free, I actually thought, well, here's my opportunity to get the game and see what I think. And I absolutely really enjoyed it, so I ended up getting India and then Russia. But I got them separately though. So this is the first one, India is the second one, and Russia is the third one. Different time periods, different characters that you play as. Each one plays the same, but some have different things that they add that the others don't have. Like, for example, this one, we can't actually loot dead bodies and we can't actually pickpocket people. But in the next game and in Russia, we can actually do that. But they only ever did the 3 games in this style too. There was never any more in this style, and they finished the Chronicles name back then. But I think, at the very least, they should have kept the name Assassin's Creed Chronicles, and then that way they could have done heaps of other games, smaller scale, and focusing on different characters that are in the series that we might not have actually got to play as, but we know that they actually exist and we've seen them in other games, but we get to play as them. So I think that would have been cool. And a character that, there's many, but a character that I could use as an example that I would have loved to see another Chronicles game with, wouldn't have to be in the same style. They could do it in 3D like the other games. But Yusuf from Assassin's Creed Revelations, I think he would have been perfect for another one in the Chronicles series. Because I could have done one that covers when he was first becoming an assassin, and then the game could end with him hearing that Ezio Auditore is arriving, and actually goes off to meet him excitedly, because it's a chance to meet, you know, Ezio Auditore. And then that would end, and then so when you would play Revelations again, it'd be like, oh cool, we've seen all of what Yusuf did before this point, and now we can actually see where it continues on with Ezio arriving. It would have been really cool if they did something like that. Hippie, you have a feeling you can make a good Assassin's Creed based in South Asia? Ooh yeah, 2D version for Yusuf sounds brilliant. Yeah, Hippie, that's the thing. Like, there's so many places around the world that you could do Assassin's Creed games in, and that's the beauty of the series, irrespective of whether the series is good anymore. You know, if you put all that aside and just focus on the locations around the world that the games could use, there's definitely a lot that they haven't used yet. Some they might have just had appear, but that wasn't where it was set, and things like that. But yeah, I would have loved to get more with Yusuf, for example. And the thing about these Chronicles games is they're small scale, they're pretty short. If you're trying to get everything done and you're trying to get through the level with a certain style, then it takes a bit longer to go through each game. But I would have liked if they at least carried on the name Assassin's Creed Chronicles and did more games, smaller scale ones. So you would have the main big games that they would do, and then the Chronicles games, if they continued, would be smaller scale projects that they could do on the side as well. But the thing about Ubisoft and their franchises is there's always missed opportunities that they don't actually include or do as part of their games. Like, there's always characters that we really like, but they're only in one game. And not even just talking about people who are the main character and are just in one game, but characters who are in the story that we really like, but we only ever see them once. But it'd be good to actually see them again. And you could have also done a Chronicles game where it's Evie's Jacob and Evie's parents. You know, Cecily and Ethan Fry. They could have done a Chronicles game where you played as those two characters. So there's a lot of characters that they could have actually put in to a Chronicles game. There's too many moving parts on this part. Except maybe when this dude looks away. Because I think he does, but he might just look away when the other enemy's there, which doesn't help me.
Wang Yangming 死了，只剩下那个刺客了。他现在还要跟我们斗，那就真的是蠢毙了。
是啊，没什么动静。希望能一直都这么平静。
是谁？
Fuck it, I'll go the top route this time.
What?
Kind of half and half. When you do a certain style through a level, you actually get points overall. And there's a certain reward I want to get, and you need to get a certain amount of points. So just trying to make sure that I can get that amount of points.
Wang Yangming 死了，只剩下那个刺客了。
现在还要跟我们斗，那就真的是蠢毙了。注意那些嫔妃，有些嫔妃已经胆敢违抗大人与秋具。
他们跑哪去了？
什么？
这趟巡逻真是平静。
是啊，没什么动静。
希望能一直都这么平静。
I don't know how that happened, because he looked in Xiao Jun's direction.
是啊，没什么动静。
希望能一直都这么平静。
Just very lucky, I guess. Was not expecting that at all. I think it was 900 something points that I needed to get what I wanted. I can't remember now what I wanted, but there was something that was around 900 points. And we've well and truly gotten that.
Got it.
Another game that's really cool for people who might be curious about other games like this in this style, Mark of the Ninja is a really, really cool game. It's got a lot more different kind of stealth stuff you can do and different assassinations and stuff, but it's really, really fun. It's got its own graphical style, and it's pretty much a 2.5D game just like this is. They also did a remastered version of it too as well, which I'd probably recommend getting the remaster because then you get all the content with it as well. I just want to get a trailer for it, for the remastered one. Here we go. Oh, that's only a teaser trailer, 37 seconds. Like, come on. Here we go. Mark of the Ninja Remastered. Launch trailer. And here's the link to it. There we go. It's such a great game. I think the original version came out in 2012, and then in 2018 they did a remaster of it. And the beautiful thing about games like that is because the graphical style is, you know, not realistic, it means that I think it's much easier for them to remaster stuff like that as well. But yeah, it's such a great game, and I did do a playthrough of it last year, but I wouldn't mind actually doing another one this year though.
我会罩你，你也别忘了罩我。随时保持警戒。
I know that Ubisoft has done some of the Tenchu games in the series because they got the rights somehow, or maybe they were just hired to do it or something, but I would have always loved to get a ninja game by Ubisoft that they developed from the ground up, completely original idea in the sense that it wasn't someone else's IP, etc. That's another thing that they could have done, like, you know, a really cool ninja game. In fact, there's so many points at which they could have done something like that. Like, could you have imagined a ninja stealth game by Ubisoft around the time that they did Splinter Cell Chaos Theory? because the stealth and chaos theory is just so good. And you're dealing with light and shadow in Splinter Cell. And of course light and shadow would be amazingly relevant to doing a ninja game. Sometimes it's like, come on Ubisoft, what are you doing? Yeah, they could do that, hippie. But yeah, they never will. I mean, they can't even get a pirate game off the ground. Ha! I've got Skull and Bones jokes. Jolly! Fucking hell. That's right, that's misleading. Oh, it's misleading up until a point. For some reason, when you're actually to the left of the enemy on this wall, even though the vision cone goes over you, he doesn't, because he's been blocked by that thing. That's no wonder why. Right, let's try this again. Go here. Kill you. Now kill you. With the hidden foot blade. I love that weapon. I mean, yeah, it's not the traditional hidden blade on the wrist, but it's still a very effective way to use the hidden blade. And Xiao Jun actually uses it in the Assassin's Creed Embers short animated movie as well. That takes place after the events of Revelations, but before this game.
Your Highness, it is good to see you again. What is wrong? I'm sorry.
So recently I decided to add more Assassin's Creed BTTV emotes. So we've got one for Xiao Jun, one for Abaz Mir, who is the character we'll be playing in India, and then one for Nikolai Orlov, and he's the character that we play as in Russia. So I've got those now, and I'm going to add more because I don't have all the main assassins in the games as a BTTV emote, but there's those. So here we have the style guide, or not style guide, but style scorer, I should say. Alright, so we got some in the Shadow and the Assassin category. Secondary objectives, you get extra points for doing that. We got 1660, and we unlocked the increase in the Helix bar, but also the increase in the health. So I wanted to get that one. Hippie, Ubisoft has all the means to make these massive unique titles, but you feel like their strategies are just not in that direction. Who keeps asking for more Far Cry games? Well, that's the thing too, you know, like, the problem with a company like Ubisoft is, in the early days when they only had a handful of franchises, then it was easier to manage, right? But as they got more and new ones, and now those new ones back then were new, but now we've got, you know, years worth of games in that series, they start to spread themselves too thin in different directions. And I think what they need to do, which they won't do and probably can't even do by now at this point, is scale things back a bit. You know, like the amount of Assassin's Creed games that they've done in a 5-year span, right? That's quite a lot of games in 5 years that they could have potentially done. I mean, if we look at it, in 2020 we got Assassin's Creed Valhalla, right? So that's now 3 years ago, right? In 2018 we got Assassin's Creed Odyssey. You know, so that's essentially 2 games within a 5 to 6 year period that we actually got. Now imagine if the next Assassin's Creed game let's just say it's not Mirage. It is, but let's just say Mirage wasn't coming out. The better strategy would be, hey, we won't do another massive Assassin's Creed game and release it until 2024. So you'd have 2020, and then you'd have 2024. So you'd have Valhalla in 2020, and let's just call it Assassin's Creed Example in 2024. Okay, but as it is, we're getting Mirage next year, which is a smaller scale thing, which is good. But then the following year, that's when they're launching the Infinity, sort of like, I guess you could call it program, so to speak. But what they should do is like, right, what are our top franchises? Okay, let's not focus on franchises that we've had for years but we haven't done anything with, i.e. Prince of Persia. I know they're doing a remake, but that's not really a new Prince of Persia game. That is a new title because it's a remake, but it's not a brand new Prince of Persia game that is a completely original story. Original as in it's not a remake, it's not based on any story that already exists in the series. It's a completely new and original story that they haven't actually done before in Prince of Persia. Because they sat on Prince of Persia for like 10 years before they even announced that they were doing a remake of Sands of Time, you know. So I don't know what other franchises they've had for a long time that they haven't really done anything with. You could probably say Splinter Cell, but they're doing a remake of that now. But I guess my point is that they should decrease the scope of what they're doing, not increase it further. Because I think if they focused on just one project and making that the best it could be, and if it comes out 3 years after the previous game in the series, so be it. You know, it should be more quality over quantity. And if they did smaller scale stuff, it would make them laser focused. And this is one of the things about doing these massive open world RPG, Assassin's Creed, as every game, is the fact that we have Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla. Origins is a small scale game in comparison to Odyssey and then again Valhalla, right? Now imagine instead of getting Mirage next year, we get another massive open world RPG game. That would then be Assassin's Creed Origins in 2017, Odyssey in 2018, Valhalla in 2020, a fourth one in 2021, a fifth in 2022, a sixth one in 2023. Like if you had 6 massive open world Assassin's Creed games that were like, you know, hundreds of hours each to actually get everything done in, like that's a massive undertaking, you know. And that's, in that example, that's like 6 big massive games in a row. And while there's nothing wrong with doing that, the problem is with Ubisoft is that they like to just cram their big open worlds in with like collectibles and activities that are basically just grindy as a gameplay loop, you know, and then they just carry that across. Like you have something in the main game and then they bring it back in the DLC, but they call it something different, but it's really the same thing, it's just called something different, you know. That kind of thing is what you see them actually do. So I don't know if it's actually possible for them to turn themselves around in that respect, because the unfortunate thing is, by taking a smaller, like by taking a longer approach, people who are fans of Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, Splinter Cell, Prince of Persia, Ghost Recon, if some fans of those franchises, if they don't get a game every year, then they lose interest. And I think that will be something that prevents Ubisoft from turning things around, because if they said, hey, we're not going to do another Far Cry for 5 years, how many Far Cry fans would be like, oh yeah, that's fair enough? Some probably would, but there'd also be some that are like, fuck that, I'm not waiting 5 years for another Far Cry game. Give me a Far Cry game now. Or if it's Assassin's Creed, same sort of example. So okay, you're calling Ubisoft almost daily to ask for more games. Yeah, and then like you're like, so Ubisoft, you just released a new game 5 minutes ago. Where's the next new game? You should release it now. Thanks, bye.
We meet again, Xiao Jun. I recognized you in Na'an. I remembered that you were once a concubine, along with the Empress. She was more than willing to lure you here.
Lies! I had no choice.
She chose to live. Her life meant more to her than yours. Who would blame her?
I forgive you, sister.
Your forgiveness is touching, but useless. There will be no rebirth of the Assassin's Brotherhood. You have no friends left. The last person alive who you thought you could trust betrayed you. That is how we wiped out your kind. So trusting of others, so weak and pathetic. The same qualities your master showed, just before I killed him.
Come closer, and I'll show you how weak and pathetic I am.
Fucking love that line.
Master, allow me.
Some great lines of dialogue in this game. It's funny how the Templar there said, "That's how we wiped out your kind." And there's a lot of Templars who talk as if the assassins around the world are small in number. You know, like he says, "That's how we wiped out your kind." It's like, A, Xiao Jun's still alive. B, every other assassin in the world at this time, in this time period, in this month, week, and day that this game is taking place in. What about them? They're still alive, so you haven't wiped out all of their kind. Duh. A lot of Templars are like, "Yeah, we wiped you all out. You know, there wasn't many of you left." It's like, yeah, in this part of the world. How about everywhere else? Zalcat, you keep pushing for Assassin's Creed: The Minotaur Chronicles. It's about the Minotaurs being the first assassins. Oh, that's something that Ubisoft Quebec would jump right on. They're like, "We need to completely reinvent the Assassin's Creed series. Fuck everything that came before. Fuck the fans who like the stuff that came before. Fuck the fans who care about continuity. Fuck you all. We're going to do a remake of Assassin's Creed and completely change it to, like, aliens and monsters from outer space coming to Earth and, you know, running around with lasers and, like, killing everyone and, you know, throwing grenades that, you know, nuclear devices all around. You know, that's what we want to turn Assassin's Creed into." Sounds like something you would love, Rod. Oh yeah, I'd absolutely love it. Absolutely would love it. Like a hole in the head. Demon Fire, 1530, Forbidden City. As Xiao Jun and Chu Ju battle to the death, a deadly fire caused by the confrontation begins to spread throughout the city. Once Xiao Jun overcomes Chu Ju, she will have to escape the inferno covering the city before it engulfs her as well. Zalcat, you know me by now. Yep. Hey there, Nemesis Whip. You hope Codename Red have ninjas? It probably will, but it'll probably also have laser weaponry that you can get equipped and guns that are from modern times. No, just kidding. But I imagine it'll have a lot of fantasy stuff, like probably ghosts and demons or something like that, or, you know, which is cool, but I'd rather see that in like a different IP. Although you get games like the Onimusha series, which, you know, is great. They're set in Japan. In some, I don't know exactly if it's the feudal period, but there's probably so many different centuries that cover that one period, maybe. But yeah, I'm curious to see what they're going to do with that game. I'm not excited about it because Ubisoft Quebec is heading it, but we'll just have to wait and see how it will be. But yeah, I was saying earlier, Nemesis, that I think Ubisoft, and this is something they should have done years ago now, but it would have been cool if they did an original, as in not based on any of their previous games or anything like that, but came up with a brand new ninja IP as well. You know, I think it would have been good to actually do a ninja game. I know that they did like one of the Tenshu games and stuff. Nemesis saw a ninja in the leaked screenshot. Too bad Sucker Punch, maker of Ghost of Tsushima, won't make a Ninja Gaiden. Yeah. Well, I haven't actually played Ghost of Tsushima yet, but It looks like an amazing game, and they're also turning into a movie, I think, as well. But I don't know if they're going to cast the actor who plays the main character or not.
This whole city is going to go up in flames. I need to get out of here.
Damn it, I keep forgetting that because I'm copying and pasting other stuff all the time and posting it in chat, that I actually friggin' forget to make sure that I recopy this entire friggin' thing that I like to post whenever I kill a main target in this game, which is that. It's like every damn time I forget that I've already copy and pasted something else because I might have been putting a link to a YouTube video about Mark of the Ninja or something, and then I forget to actually do the Control-C on that to get the full quote. But there we go. Nemesis, you heard they're making Ghost 2. Yeah, I heard that as well. Yeah, so it'll be good to see what they do with that, because I like that whole idea of, you know, samurai and ninja and stuff like that. Tling, tling. Hello, Real Arnie here. Listen, Ubisoft, I want a new game, and I want it perfect. You better get your finest sculptors to make the most realistic Arnie assassin fighting the Templars who killed Lincoln. America, yeehaw. Okay, bye, Ubisoft. I'll be back. Nemesis, you might install AC3 Remaster. Hope it's good. Hopefully Ghost 2 is only for PS5. The remaster isn't like amazing, but they do a few things which actually improve stuff. Like, I don't know if you remember in the original, when you're actually lockpicking a door, what you would have to do is you'd have to hold the left stick and move it around until it clicked, and then you had to hold that in, and then with the right control stick you had to do the same thing, and then hold that in while keeping hold of the left control stick, and then you had to actually spam the right trigger while making sure that you don't move the control sticks, and keep spamming the right trigger until the lock is actually opened. In the remaster though, you still have to lock in the pins with the left and right control sticks, but once you do that, you just have to press the right trigger once and it unlocks. And the reason why that's so good is because sometimes in the original, when you're actually using the lockpick, once you had the control stick set in the place, when you're spamming the right trigger, you might slightly accidentally move one of the control sticks in a different direction, and the game's like, well, you got to restart the lockpicking again. So I'm glad that in the remaster they actually got rid of having to spam the right trigger after you lock in the pins. That way it makes it a lot easier as well. And I think they removed the lockpicking that you need to do on chests that you find, like you'd have a guard dog guarding a chest and you had to actually do the lockpick. I think they took that out for those ones, but I can't remember though. And there's some subtitle glitches and stuff like that, but overall they did a decent job. And if you want to have all the content in the one package, you get that, and you also get the remaster of Assassin's Creed Liberation as well. I did Nemesis, yeah, Origins is great. I really like that game. The next time I play it, it will be in my annual series run, but it's a really good one.
我们要怎么找他？追杀那个刺客！
制住火势！
是谁？
抓住他！谁会来扑灭这场火？放我出去！我什么都没做。
Nemesis, you wonder if AC Mirage will be good. Same here as well. Because Basim is such a great character. So it'd be a shame to, number one, ruin a game where he actually is the main character that you play as. The thing that I'm worried about is that Ubisoft in interviews has been talking about how the parkour is going to be a main focus again, that they want to make the parkour system more advanced again, like it used to be in Assassin's Creed Unity, for example. They're saying all these things that they're going to do, but we haven't got gameplay footage yet. And the game originally was going to come out in March this year, but it's been postponed to who knows when, and we still haven't seen a gameplay trailer. So that is something that concerns me, because the only way to prove that you're actually doing in the game what you're saying is to actually show a gameplay trailer. Otherwise, it's just suspicious. You know, so they haven't shown a gameplay trailer yet, and I think it was September last year that they announced the project, and all we've gotten is the cinematic trailer. Now, don't get me wrong, I love those. I really do like cinematic trailers. And a lot of the time, what you see in the cinematic trailer gives you an idea of what kind of things you can do in the gameplay. However, that's not good enough anymore. With Ubisoft and saying that this is going to be like this. It's like, well, where's your proof? Where's the gameplay footage to back up your claims? And because there is none, it makes me a bit suspicious about what they're saying in interviews. But whenever a company uses the words "going back to our roots," they never do. They do in some ways, but they don't in others. But they just still say that they are. You know, for example, Dead Rising 4 is a game that the developers were like, We're going back to the roots of what makes a Dead Rising game a Dead Rising game. Ironically, the things that are in Dead Rising 1, 2, and 3 that make them a Dead Rising game are the very things that Dead Rising 4 didn't have to fix, because the things that were in the first 3 games... Now granted, Dead Rising 3 improved stuff because they no longer have the 3-day system, but in terms of like what makes a Dead Rising game a Dead Rising game, the first 3 games still had it. Different tone for 3, it's more serious and a bit more darker toned and all that type of stuff, but it also has its funny moments too. But one of the key ingredients in a Dead Rising game is the psychopaths, and Dead Rising 4 doesn't have them. What they do have are human enemies that have a health bar that lead the other areas, but like lead the other enemies in the area you find them, but there's no spectacle with them. In Dead Rising 1, 2, and 3, you'd walk into the area where the psychopath is, and you'd get a cutscene introducing the psychopath doing something very, very crazy and weird, you know, and then you'd fight them, and then you'd get this really cool cutscene after you killed them showing how they die, and they'd put a bit of humor in that too. So the first 3 games had all that, but the 4th one doesn't. So how can you go to the roots of the series in a new game if you're missing out on one of the key ingredients? And the thing with Assassin's Creed is one of the key ingredients of the old school games, and I'm not talking graphics, the parkour system, they're saying is going to be in Mirage at that level again. But where's the gameplay footage to back it up? You know, because if you don't have that in it, then you're not going back to the roots, because part of the roots of the series is the parkour system. And without gameplay footage, basically Ubisoft is hoping that people are going to take them at their word. And what has happened in the past when people take Ubisoft at their word? They pull the rug out from under the person and backpedal and be like, oh, but something came up and we weren't able to actually, you know, do what we were going to do, so we had to do it in a lesser way than we advertised and got people to buy the game using. But we're so sorry though, here, have a free outfit or something. That's not a very specific example, that's just like a general example, but yeah. Hopefully Mirage is great because the setting's awesome. Going back to a style of game like the other ones were with the parkour system is a good idea on paper, but that aspect needs to be proven in gameplay footage, because fans who have a keen eye, when they see the gameplay footage of the parkour, they will know just by looking at it whether or not it's the advanced parkour that was in the earlier games as well. So we'll just have to wait and see. You wish WC would have a co-op story. What game's that, Nemesis? WC. Oh, do you mean AC? Okay, AC. Sorry. It was just a typo. Yeah, well, who knows what they're going to do with that? Because the last time they had something like that was Unity, but then they dropped it. But I think they're bringing it back with something. I think it's Infinity or something like that. Didn't know Mirage was pushed back. I think it was. I don't know if it actually was. Let's have a look. Release date. Because recently they had an investors meeting. Ah, okay. There's talk about how there was a leak. A Polish retailer leaked that it was June 30 that was coming out. But if it does come out in March, that's only a month away now. Where's the gameplay footage? But yeah, apparently it was March, now it's June. So it was pushed back. Potentially. Now that I actually have a look. potentially it's June 30. You heard Unity had a nice graphics engine. Well, I mean, the actual thing that they were going for with the graphics in Unity was, very advanced up until that point, because it was on the new consoles at the time. But I think one of the problems with why the graphics had all those glitches is because they were trying to put too much pressure on the game's graphics, like with the crowd densities and all that type of stuff. So I think if they actually reduced that a little bit, that would have been good. But still have it that it looked amazing that you had like all these people in the streets. But I think they overdid it a little bit. But I mean, if you get Unity running on like a PC, a high-end one, then I think it probably looks, even better. You have Odyssey, you love it, but you wish it had co-op mode. Yeah. Yeah, that would have been fun to have co-op mode, because then you could play as Alexius. I mean, it would change the story, of course, but would have been interesting with the co-op mode.
I am the blade in the shadows. My prey is Zhang. I shall walk in the darkness and strike swiftly. No one will stop me in my hunt. All your tigers are dead. Only you remain. I'll take back what you stole from us. My box and my land. Now you plan to let Altan Khan and his Mongolians through the Great Wall. Madness. You'd let those barbarians invade our home rather than lose your grip on power. They will not breach the wall. They will not reach China. I will stop them, and then I am coming for you.
Oh yeah. That's true, Xiaojun. So this is the final level of the game, and this has my favorite music out of the soundtrack, which overall, as I was saying before earlier in the stream, is a very underrated soundtrack, I feel. It's got amazing music, and the changes that happen in this particular level with the music once you get to each section of the level, and how it keeps building up and building up and building up, then in the final moment when you get the full force of the whole music, it's just really, really cool. But yeah, this is the final level, which means when I actually finish it, we'll be skipping the cutscene for the credits. We'll be skipping the credits, and then there'll be an after credits cutscene as well. I did Nemesis, yeah. Yeah, I've played Valhalla 4 times now since it came out. Was it 4 times? 2020, that was 1. 2021, that was 2. Bow only challenge, that was 3. Yeah, so 4. And then I did my 2022 annual playthrough of it. So yeah. So I've played through it 4 times so far, doing different kinds of playthroughs with it. You're not a fan of Vikings? That's understandable. Yeah. The Betrayal. 1532, Great War. Xiaojun has defeated all of the tigers but one. Zhang Yong still lives. Before she can finally kill the leader of the tigers, she must stop his final plan. An insane scheme that would see the Mongolians led by Altan Khan let through the Great Wall and into China. Xiaojun cannot allow this to pass. She must locate the 3 gatehouses and close the gates before the Mongolians get through.
"是谁？"
A little distraction could help me here.
把这些城门开着就对了。了解，城门不得关上。
怎么回事？大概是风太大了吧。
Nemesis, in your opinion, which AC is the gold standard, in your opinion? I don't think there's one game I could say, hey, this is the only game in the series that is excellent, and no other ones are good enough. And that all the other games need to actually meet that game, otherwise they're inferior. So I don't have anything in that sense, but I do have 3 top favorite games. And when I have favorites of something, it doesn't mean that the favorite is better than every other game and that there's no other ones that are better than it. I sort of think of favorites as like something that you don't think is the best that there is, but it's still a great fucking thing, and so it's something that you keep revisiting, that you enjoy, and that it becomes one of your favorites. And I have multiple favorite things, but I have a top 3 with Assassin's Creed. So number 1 in the top 3 favorites is Assassin's Creed 2, sorry. Then it's Black Flag, and then it's Origins. But within that, I really like Assassin's Creed 1, Brotherhood, Revelations, 3, as well as Unity. Despite some of the flaws it still has, I still really like Unity. I like Syndicate. It's not my favorite, and I wouldn't say it's an excellent Assassin's Creed game, but I actually do enjoy replaying that one a lot, just like I do with other games. And Odyssey is a good RPG game, but a terrible Assassin's Creed game. And Origins, even though it is an RPG, I think it's better than Odyssey, because Odyssey overbloats stuff and throws all the dialogue options at you every turn, which, if it was the 5th game in the series that used dialogue options, I wouldn't mind if it was like every 5 seconds you had a dialogue option. But because they had never done that before in the series, I think a more smaller scale approach to the dialogue choices would have been better. That's why I like Valhalla's dialogue choices more, because it's not every single person you speak to that you have a dialogue choice to choose what to say to them. It's only at certain moments do you get a choice of what you want the character to say. Yeah, there's not one game that I'd say makes all the other games in comparison look terrible out of all the games in the series. Crazy, because you're going to say AC2 a great experience, Odyssey for you your favorite, but part 2 was organic experience. Yeah, AC2 at the time it was groundbreaking for the series, because it really improved upon what was in Assassin's Creed 1. And there's a big difference between 1 and 2 in that regard. I don't know if you have played Batman Arkham Asylum and those games, but between Batman Arkham Asylum and the release of City, that was another big leap in a franchise, where they really improved so much as well. On Odyssey, wish you could change Alexis's hairstyle, not a fan of the man bun. Yeah, that's the thing too, like, it would have been cool to have the hairstyle change. Obviously on PC, modders can give the characters any hairstyle they want, but in terms of like console stuff, Salcat, still think AC1 looks better graphically than Part 2? Oh, okay, Salcat, yeah. I think for me, there's not much of a massive difference between the two games' graphics. It's more the gameplay that's night and day difference. In the sense that you don't have a tutorial that you have to sit through and wait till it's done. And then, you know, interact with it, of course, but I like the more organic approach that Assassin's Creed 2 has with the tutorial, where you're learning things as you go, and Ezio's learning things at the same time. It's not just you as the player learning stuff. The character themselves is actually learning about stuff that they didn't know about before. Jesus fucking Christ. When you press a button in a game, I really love it when it doesn't fucking respond. But when you tap it twice, it decides to respond, and of course, it's one of those things where it puts back the body that you picked up. It's like, for fuck's sake. I pressed the button to pick the body up 4 times while standing over it, and still, the character did not fucking do it. Until, of course, I tapped it twice. Then it picked it up, but then put it back fucking down again. Now the prompt to kill the fucking thing is glitching. Jesus fucking Christ. What next? Like, I should be able to assassinate this dude with the rope dart. Oh, so now I can. Okay, so I love that logic. Because we weren't a few rungs down on the ladder, the game wouldn't let us fucking do it. Oh, so now it's changed its mind. Now the prompt won't even appear when we're that low. Jesus Christ. Consistency would be good. Fuck this.
Huh?
Fuck these enemies. Fuck you. Here, have that. You have that. Alright, you have this. Fucking stick this up your fucking ass. Fucking pricks. Ah, oh, come on. Fucking slide attack not fucking working. Jesus fucking Christ. Fucking motherfuckers. How about you fucking stop? Fucking Templar prick. It's like, it's not that painful. I was spamming the fucking attack button when doing that jump.
I need to get that gate closed. Keep the Mongolians out.
Alright. It's time for me to calm down because I want to showcase the music in this level. So now we reach another part where the music changes. It's my favorite bit of music in the whole game. Salcat, still think... sorry. Oh, Matthew, hey. Hey there, dude. Oh, you did. Congratulations. Happy birthday. That's awesome, Matthew. Happy birthday to you. I hope that so far you're having a great one and that it keeps going that way. That's awesome. Thanks so much for popping in on your birthday. I appreciate it. I hope things are going well. Hey there, Ronnie. How's things, dude? Hope things are going well. Salcat, it's Ubisoft logic. Just accept it. Yeah. Although there are plenty of other games by other companies that have the same thing happen sometimes. You know, you press a button and you're in the right context, right position, but the game doesn't do it. Until an enemy looks around and then it does it. You know, things like that. Ronnie, honestly, these games are a masterclass in learning how to swear in Australian. You love it. Yeah, that's when my Australian accent changes. When I actually swear. It sort of goes from talking like this to, you fucking thing, fuck you. And then there's the exaggerated thing. Oh, you fucking piece of shit, you fucking bloody asshole, fuck you. Which is more exaggerated. And Matthew, thanks man, and obviously you came in during a ragey moment. And yeah, you hate when games don't do what you're telling them to do. That's okay, Matthew, absolutely no trouble at all. I hope that it's a great one. But yeah, that's true as well, you know. So I was just like, fuck these enemies for a bit. Ronnie, things are going well. You played a Ubisoft game that is not yet available. You can talk about it offline. Oh, okay, Ronnie. That's fair enough. Glad to hear that things are going well. Alert, huh? Why? What happened? Why is there an alert for? Don't know what they're talking about. Ah, yes, I know which game you're meaning. The game that will probably not come out until 10 years from now. Ronnie, you should be swinging around New York in about 8 hours. Well, that's good, dude. Make sure you don't hit any buildings as you're swinging. We don't want to lose you as a streamer, because you have to go to hospital from swinging into a building. Nemesis, for a side-scroller, the atmosphere is bananas in this game. Yeah. Yeah, the trilogy of Chronicles games, the art style is the same kind, but they're very unique and distinct looking variations on that art style. They got some great music as well, and they tie in nicely to some stuff. Like this game is set after the short animated movie Assassin's Creed Embers, and the character we're playing as, Xiao Jun, was introduced in that. And then in Chronicles India, you play as the father of Henry Green from Assassin's Creed Syndicate. And then in Russia, you play as Nikolai Orlov. He's actually an ancestor of a present-day Templar named Daniel Cross, who appears in Assassin's Creed 3.
发现什么了吗？什么都没有。你呢？没有，什么都没有发现。什么？这里，在这里。
Whatever game. I'm over it. I just want to get this game done now. Ronnie, after you're done with Spider-Man, we'd like to finish the 2.5D scrollers. Yeah, Ronnie, that'll be good to see you play through the rest of this game and then, you know, play the others. We also have, because of Xiao Jun's ties to Ezio, a lot of the music in this game also has variations of the Ezio family theme as well, or takes elements of them, of it.
也没有多猛嘛，刺客。
我警报！注意！
Running off to bed. Hopefully I'll see you in a while. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you so much, Ronnie. I appreciate that, dude. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you have a great rest. Want to highly recommend people check out Dr. Ronnie. He's doing a series of streams during January that will actually incorporate a charity that he's helping raise money for in the fight against MS. And he's actually a scientist in real life, working in the field of regenerative medicine, and with a focus on curing diseases like MS, or conditions rather, as MS, and also Parkinson's as well. And he's also, of course, a game streamer, playing through Marvel Spider-Man, as well as this game also. He'll be resuming the playthrough at a later date, but he made a start on it. And he wears a hat when he's streaming. He changes what hat he's wearing depending on what game he's playing. And highly recommend checking out his channel if you haven't before. Indeed, Ronnie, stab that fool in his face with Xiao Jun's hidden foot blade. Absolutely. It's so fun seeing her use that. Such a great and unique version of the hidden blade.
特别注意哪一边？到底要小心刺客还是蒙古人呢？
注意有没有刺客组织的人。
It really is, Ronnie, yeah. It'd be cool if they actually had it as something you could also equip in the other games. Alright, so I think now we're going to get another change in the music.
Wolves.
没错，闪远一点。
Alright, Ronnie, sleep surrounds you and you must yield. You will lurk until the sun wakes you with a new dawn. No worries at all, Ronnie. Hope you have a great rest, dude. Definitely catch you again soon. I love what I think is the guitar in this. I'm not very good at identifying musical instruments sometimes.
This gate has 2 wheels. I need to use them both.
你死定了！
So I wanted to do that wheel first because doing the other wheel last means that I can savor the next change in the music for longer because I have to make more distance. So we've done that first one on that side. You can do them in any order, but I wanted to do that one first and then this one further away second, because it's also further away from the point that you need to get to once you've used both wheels.
张勇大人知道自己在做什么。哇！
And there we go. That's my favorite part of the music in the game. So we got 940 points. So we got the increase in the firecracker ammo, but to get full completion on this game, if you want to do that type of playthrough, you'd need to get all the points and play on plus game mode, so you can get the plus game mode upgrade. So there's 3 difficulty levels in this game. There's normal, plus game, and then there's plus game hard, and that of course is the highest difficulty. In this game, on the highest difficulty, the vision cones for the enemies stay on the screen, whereas in India and Russia, if you play on the highest difficulty, the vision cones aren't on the screen until you use Eagle Vision, and in these games, if you move while in Eagle Vision mode, it goes out of Eagle Vision mode. So as you can imagine, when there's vision cones of enemies that are patrolling, or if there's a spotlight cone or vision cone, whatever, moving around on the walls, if you don't have the Eagle Vision on, you won't be able to see where it's positioned. So you have to get your timing extra great, because you have to use Eagle Vision mode, see where it is, go out of Eagle Vision mode, and make sure you remember where you saw it last in relation to where you are now and how long it takes and all that type of stuff.
Your actions here have only delayed the inevitable. Slowing these savages will have only angered them. They will see this as a betrayal and launch a full-scale assault.
They will not reach my land. The wall will hold them back.
Your land? You think your successes matter? China is just a piece of the prize. We will rule the world. And the box you so kindly presented us will be yet another tool to achieve a time of peace.
Peace? You think you're a hero now? I don't want your world, your control. Give me the box, and your death will be fast.
Your box is lost, assassin. Already out of China, in the safe hands of my fellow Templars.
Then another assassin will find the box. That will be their destiny. Mine lies here with you.
Vengeance. 1532 Great Wall. Xiao Jun's actions have stopped Zhang Yong's plans, but also angered Altan Khan and the Mongolians, who have now launched a full-scale assault on the Great Wall. Within all the destructive carnage, Xiao Jun must hunt Zhang Yong down and finally put an end to his and the Templars' reign of China.
This is the end, Zhang Yong. There is nowhere to run to.
看了。一切代价将他们击退。
A little distraction could help me here.
Hey Harbinger, welcome. You had your doubts about today's stream after the 12-hour Tomb Raider marathon, did you? Yeah, the only way I wouldn't do a stream the next day after a long stream would be if I did a 24-hour one. But yeah, 12 hours isn't that bad. It's a pretty short stream, really. I've done an 18-hour one before. Plus, it's Assassin's Creed weekend, so... excuse me, game? How the fuck was he able to do that when he was fucking bloody stunned? I know why. Bull fucking shit. That's the reason.
A little distraction could help me here. Here I come, Zhang Yong.
随时保持警戒。而你们也要信守承诺，好好保护我的安全。我会照。
How does it feel, assassin? Is it as you'd hoped?
Do not flatter yourself, Zhang Yong. You had to die for China to have hope again. I started this journey for vengeance, but I've understood now that it's pointless. I have found a better goal to pursue.
And what is that?
The future. A new tomorrow for China and its people. I will undo all that you have done. I will rebuild the Brotherhood and recruit those who wish to make our land a place of freedom. Those ready to die to fight men like you. Your Templar world will not happen. The assassins will rise again.
Now, if only we actually saw that story in, like, I don't know, a AAA 3D Shao Jun game, Ubisoft. But no, all we get now is non-canon stories in comics and books about this awesome character, who is very underrated in the whole series. But I guess that's just me, who thinks that. Hey there, Harbinger. So, bene, now I have a way back up in case I fall next week. No, so I'm going to try and finish the trilogy of Chronicles today, and then tomorrow start Assassin's Creed 1, and it'll probably take me tomorrow and next weekend to finish that game and get all the flags as well.
Mentor, the Emperor is dead.
The elixir of life?
Yes. It killed him, as you had planned.
His son will follow in his footsteps. The war will protect the people now, and so shall we.
Mentor, last time we talked, you were telling me about Master Auditore's precursor box.
Ah, Ezio's great gift to me. Yes, I never discovered what the box could do. Yet the artifact, and my obsession with it, taught me a great lesson. Perhaps the greatest of lessons.
What was that, Mentor?
She who seeks revenge should remember to dig 2 graves.
Tried to remember that off the top of my head, but could I? Of course fucking not. Anyway, so that's an after credit sequence that you can get. If you skip the credits, it'll go straight to it. In the next game, India, if you skip the credits, it won't show you the after credit sequence. So I don't know why she actually, I don't know why they actually did that. Harbinger, yeah, you forgot about AC1. Yeah, but also before I even play AC2, I'll be playing through Assassin's Creed Bloodlines, which is the PlayStation Portable Assassin's Creed game with Altair in it. And then we'll be watching Assassin's Creed 2 Lineage, and then I'll be starting Assassin's Creed 2. So there'll still be a bit of time before I start AC2 again. Which will work out good, because I just finished a playthrough of AC2 earlier this month, so that'll work out well to keep me fresh on it. Alrighty then, so this is where I'm going to end the stream for Assassin's Creed Chronicles China. The next game that I'm going to be playing is India. What I want to do though is take a break. So I'm going to take a half an hour break before I come back. So I'll be back in 30 minutes with Assassin's Creed Chronicles India. Thanks everyone for watching, and I'll be back in 30 minutes.